Right. Just going to be doing a very chill stream today. Just sort of to keep up the progress on my Expanse character sketches. So, got about 30 characters done so far, but still got a good chunk left to do. And these are only characters that exist in present day at the moment. So, there'll be a lot more characters that I'll be drawing at some point that are characters from different eras in the past, but the main focus is to at least get everybody who exists in present day, or at least interacting with present day, drawn down and updated, just to fully unify my overall Expanse ideas. Now, just bear with me, I'm gonna just do some advertising. One second. It's done. First, welcome Subliminal. Just bear with me at the moment. I'm just, since it was a spur of the moment, I'm just doing some quick plugging. Yeah, I won't bother sharing in other posts. I'm just gonna on socials. Anyways, hi, welcome. Just to give a preface again, I'm going to be doing more character sketches. So these are all the ones I have remaining. So I reckon I'll only really be able to get the top row done today, because that's roughly the same amount of characters that I've done for the past 2 streams. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14 characters in the last stream. 1, 2, 5, 6, 16 from the first one. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to see if I can try to get this top row done. So it'll be about 18 characters. So these ones will be the last of the characters that I have that are created as references from, well, adaptations of other characters from different continuities. So these ones are a continuation of the previous 2 sets, which were Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and then Archie/Sat-AM. So I got a couple of here that I didn't fit in the last time, or /forgot/didn't feel like doing. So those will finish off those 2 sets, and then this slot here will be Fleetway and Underground characters. So yeah. That's my focus today. References if I'm doing. That's Alright, so this particular character that I'm drawing, I haven't actually posted publicly before. Just like Nicole and Cyrus, she was one of the characters that I drew for a set, but since the set was finished, I never posted it. But this character in particular is an adaptation of Tatiana from the Archie Sonic series. Now she was a relatively minor character in that, but she was someone that was super relevant for establishment in the backstory of Antoine. Well, specifically from Archie. From what I recall, there was some problems with it because it conflicted with some existing information, especially with regards to, you know, how he got from one place to another and all that. But since it's not a big issue here, since there isn't that whole having to change locations thing, they more or less stay put in the same location. So in this universe, so Tatiana and Antoine, they're like childhood friends, I guess, and they had a whole budding romance, but got separated. But here, since there is no war, no great conflict, they sort of stay in proximity, and she becomes his betrothed. So this is more to establish Antoine's character a bit. But yeah, I still like to do a bit more with her and explore her as a unique character in this context. Alright, now this one here is also another very minor character, one that appears in Satayan. This is Dove, a very unique sort of chimera bird messenger pigeon thing. But something that I'm doing here is reimagining it as a special type of flicky. More in particular, the kind of flickies that you see from Sonic 3D Blast, where they have a connection with interdimensional travel. So, yeah, it's a very unique looking thing. Will be, but it's very derivative of flicky origins. Welcome, Dreams Bluefire. Thanks for popping in. A bit quieter today. I'm just sort of focusing on this because, you know, above streaming, I really just want to be more productive. So doing it this way is increasing productivity greatly. So that's more or less what I'm wanting to do, just keeping up the pace of what I've been doing recently. My big goal is to have all of these characters drawn out and brought up to my current design level, I guess. Now these are half old, half new. So the upper portions I had sketched out a long time ago, but then more recently, within the past month or two, I've completed those drawings and then fully colored them, finished off the designs. So yeah, I'll draw them again. Going over a little bit of what's going on here. So this is the Expanse version of Ixis Naugus. Very, very different to the conventional design. But something I'd always wanted to do was to work backwards from the idea that they established for him in pre-Super Genesis Wave Archie. The fact that Ixis Naugus himself is a combination of 3 different Ixis wizards. So you got Agunus, Suguna, and Nusgau. And oh yeah, I'm just pulling up the reference of them. So this is how they originally looked in Archie. They only appear like a handful of times, like in flashbacks and like visions that Naugus is having. But they're Rhino, Lobster, and Bat, which are the I guess attributes you can attribute to Ixis Naugus' design. So I've gone and worked backwards. I've redesigned each of these individually. So you got the Rhino, the Lobster, and the Bat, making them look more like Sega Sonic characters. And then from those designs, re-merging them, taking their design traits to create this completely different Naugus, but still using the same sort of idea of emerging between 3 different characters. And so he's a very, very different character in this context. So yeah, these will be the next 4 that I draw. Just, again, these have only been recently finished off, but yeah, I still want to add them to my collection. Ronan May, hi, go to drawings, by the way. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Fun to hang out here. Yeah, well, I'm glad. I appreciate that people can enjoy, just hanging out, watching. Let's do Agunus first. Hey Justin, welcome. Interesting, thank you. I'll probably tweak these designs a little bit more again as I do these, because I kind of just threw these together haphazardly because I really just wanted to draw Naugus, but I do like how they look overall. Something I might try to emphasize a bit more on as well is their, I guess their uniform, I guess. Something I need to try to do is like, even though I want Agunus here to be obviously a very big guy, I don't want it to be giant because I want to reserve the whole overbearing, you know, overwhelming stature and size to the Naugus form, obviously, since Naugus himself towers over Agunus. But he still needs to be at least pretty big. I'm going to try to draw him in a way where he can still be seen as big, but not super big. So since he is from ancient times, I might give him because the Ixis cult or clan or whatever, they would have existed during ancient times, so they haven't fully defined what I had in mind for them, but I have in mind that I still adapt the whole the Ixis cult originating from Mammoth Murgle, and I have very specific ideas for what I want to do with Murgle in Expanse, so I'll still connect them, but that will require tying in with some of the Murgle ideas I have, which, you know, still apply to ancient history. So I will probably have these guys like present during one of the hit periods. Probably not the same period as Tikal and Knuckles tribe, but like an earlier point where just preceding I guess the latest iteration of those clans. Some stage I'll try to update their apparel a bit more, but as it is, I don't really have ideas for them at the moment. It'll probably tie in with some other stuff that comes up, but yeah, it's good like this. You might be a bit too big. Yeah, I think I'll keep them relatively the size. At the most, it'll probably be about Vector's size, I reckon. I really got to draw canon characters at some point in the same manner, so that I have them more collective together. Yeah, that's something I will do at some stage, just sketching out official characters in the same manner, just as a reference point, so like I can refer characters who are connected together somehow. Like, for example, you know, I've got for us here, who is Shadow's brother, so I'll have a Shadow that, you know, the rendering can be put together with him. This here is T-Carl in disguise, and then you got Infinite. A lot of all these characters are existing characters, but yeah, it'll just serve as like to have a look to see how my characters are when likened to the official characters. Also, some characters might have some tweaks as well, you know, given the unique nature of the setting. Like, for example, I do have in mind a slightly older redesign of Cream, because some of my stories take place like at least a year later, and my stuff takes place at the tail end of canon. So, yeah, in a year you can grow significantly. Yeah, I think that's Agunus done. And for Suguna. Technotronics up. Hey. Welcome. Yeah, I'm doing well. Just having a chill morning, so what a better way to spend it than doing some streaming. More or less just doing more of what I've been doing recently, which is redesigns of, well, not redesigns, but yeah, just more updated sketching of all the characters that I've designed so far. Like, I have a lot more characters that haven't been designed yet, but these are the ones that I'm touching up on, are the ones that I have at least designed in some way in the past decade or so. This is pretty short, dude. So keep it on the side. Yeah, I saw, but obviously I can't check it yet because I'm streaming. Last one of the trio. Huh? What, you can't hear me? Oh, I'm just not talking much because I'm focusing on what I'm doing. Hey, Walkerns, welcome. Good morning. Oh, it is still morning, Jesus. Just double checking, can you guys hear me? Ah, right, okay, no worries. Good, good. That's alright. I don't do... I mean, it's probably something I should probably do a bit more of, but I never really do, like, sound checks for my streams. Like, I do, like, reviews of my streams, like, after I'm done. And, you know, I can see what, you know, my volume levels while I'm trying to watch my own VOD, but real-time testing of my audio, it's not something I do, which I probably should, because, you know, you guys have to listen to me, but I don't know, it's too technical for me because my mic has like way too many configurations, so it's like, ugh, I don't want to think about it. How's everyone doing anyways? Did everyone have a nice Christmas? Oh, that's nice at least. That's probably the best part about Christmas. The food aromas that come with it. I didn't do too much for Christmas myself this year, so no food or anything, but I had a nice time. I streamed on Christmas my time, so didn't have a whole deal going on, but it was nice. I got a lot done. Self-occupied. Yeah, yeah. That's alright. I'll have a good look over it after I'm done. I've got a few different people asking me similar queries, so I've got to get around to sorting through that. But yeah. It's pretty much a given. Thank you for the expression of interest. Oh yeah, that's probably something I should mention. In an official capacity, I am taking commissions. I've recently started a Ko-fi account. I'm going to be, well, I've got to get around to doing like creating a commission sheet. So I did the Ko-fi thing because I could be bothered, but I know not everyone wants to make Ko-fi accounts, so I'll put together like a commission sheet so people can pay, like, well, put in their expressions of interest and like pay through PayPal and all that. But already got a few takers already, so it's good that people are willing to, you know, they like my stuff enough to buy commissions, which I'm happy about. Hey Evie, welcome. That time again. Maybe he's a bit too tall, but I do intend that he's kind of lanky. I'm not going to be able to fit in scratching around on this line, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move Tatiana and Dove up to the previous row. Alleviate that problem. Uh, Not too sure about like what I sort of have in mind for like I do have places where I could slot these guys in, like historically in the Expanse stuff, but in terms of like actual main story relevance, I don't really have anything. I've sort of always seen these guys and like the complete Naugus here. I've seen them as like kind of on the same level as like Dragon Ball Z filler movie villains, so that like just standalone stories that don't really impact main canon too much, but just a cool story. So that's sort of how I viewed them, and similar as well to Metal Pig. I want to do something with it, but like just not really relevant to everything else. Thanks. Yeah, I've always liked it as well. Like, even though it's like been an idea that I've kept on the back burner for a long time, it's something that I've always had the desire to sort of show off eventually. So that's why, even though the upper torso parts of this were a part of an old sketch, I still like the sketch enough to, you know, do the rest of the bodies and fully color it. I actually had the idea for making the CB hedgehog Gizoid type wings. Yeah, well, why not? The main thing with OCs is just to have fun with it. I will always be someone who advocates people, you know, going nuts with their OCs, just having fun with it. There's too much of a stigma behind making Sonic OCs, but I think people should just have fun doing what they want to do. So if it's something outlandish, just go nuts. But yeah, the really fun thing about this design is like the reverse engineering process. Like Naugus in the original Satayam, he's just made as is, not really with anything in particular in mind. But then Archie introduces lore of making him like a fusion of 3 different characters, and then those 3 characters were, you know, retroactively created to be the source of his design, why he has the traits that he has. But I've gone backwards. I redesigned these 3 first, so the Rhino, the Lobster, and the Bat as unique characters, and then from then on re-merging them, and then that's why Naugus in particular here looks very, very different to how he does in the series that he comes from. And it's something that's really fun, just combining all the three of the elements, but also doing it in a way where you could still get the impression of Naugus. Like for example, the big one being the big chest fuzz. You could still interpret that as like his big bushy beard, and I've also, you know, maintained the collar distribution of his palette. That way, like, you know, at a glance you could probably go, hey, that's probably Naugus. But also, like, you know, when you look hard enough, it's like very not. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now these guys take up way too much space. um, now playing the Iron Jungle that Silence fan and an expanded universe. Yes, exactly. I'll say welcome, DP. Yeah, that's right. That's who these guys are. I'm actually very fond of this design. Right, that's him done. Yeah, that's actually something I sort of had in mind for him. He's like a secret boss kind of thing. Obviously, the beads give off a Arkama-like presence, but overall, he's meant to be like very powerful. I don't like my chances, but I want to try to fit Scratch and Grouter in this little spot here. Just so that I can complete the row. So I'll see how I do. I'll probably have to like draw them in a way that's... Let's see here, so if I can... These are also characters that I'm not really too sure of yet, but I still like them enough to actually incorporate in some manner. I have a lot that I do with regards like various Eggman robots, and these guys are amongst that list of things that I need to take care of. Yeah. I haven't drawn him yet, but he is probably going to be the most important one. I was talking the last time I streamed that uh, when I was doing Robotnik Junior and Emma Robotnik, that I have a lot of Eggman robots from across continuities that I want to do. But Commander Brutus will be one that I specifically want to put more focus on because I really like that character. But at the very least, I've drawn Mecha and Junior in this manner. This one and this one. And same with these guys, Scratching Grounder. Or rather at E-10000Y and E-10000T. Yeah, with regards, Commander Brutus, I will want to be doing this along with some stuff that I have in mind for finally doing some expansion on Shade. Like with most recent releases from the Sonic series, I've incorporated quite a number of ideas just from that, but with regards Frontiers and well, with all the new characters, but with regards Frontiers, I've not actually done much with Shade, but you know, obviously with all these other children of Robotnik, I guess there's room for that sort of expansion. But yeah, Commander Brutus, I have thoughts in my head, but it's one of those things where I'd really have to see how it looks for me to feel confident in it. What do I think of Hyperforms? Yeah, I think they're in good in context. um, with regards hypersonic from Sonic 3, I have a very distinct thoughts for how I treat them in Expanse. It is a very important form that, obviously after Sonic 3 it's never utilized again, but I have some more reasons for it, more to do with the fact that, he's not quite ready for it yet. And in the context of my Expanse stuff, there's a lot more build up for it until he eventually does take on the form again. But it's a very special, very mystical form that's more than just obvious basic supersonic, obviously. But yeah, I have some pretty concrete thoughts with regards to cosmology of it. Oh, have a good night, Evie. Thanks for popping in. Oh, I missed this one. Did you ever do a variation? Oh yeah, no, the Egg Family. Yes, the Egg Family. Right, have a good night. Space. Barely enough space for them. remembering a lot of stuff about these particular designs. It's like I've only drawn these designs once, and like back then it was more just an exercise than anything else, and that was to see if I could feasibly turn one of the E-10000 series into a you know, these things. So the E-10000 series are the type of robot that appear in the Sonic Riders series, and yeah, I just more expanded on that particular line of robots because they had a lot more personality than the usual ones. They actually were, well, some of them were racers and some of them were like, you know, just for cheering and stuff. And you know, that's similar to what purpose these guys serve. Oh right, I probably should pull up the actual picture because it doesn't make sense in context without context, just looking at these two designs. But just bear with me. Yeah, so just in case, where is it? Yeah, so those who haven't seen this before, so this is how they look normally. They look like standard E-10000 units, but they have unique upgrades that can allow these transformations. So this one's got like a longer body, and you know, a scheme that's very reminiscent of Scratch from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And then same too with this thing. He's more of a float device type thing. For the lower body, I've incorporated a lot of elements from the Zero unit from Sonic Adventure 1. Yeah, he floats along instead of rolls like on a track like the original. But yeah, that's the idea behind these guys. Pair of brothers. Actually, that's a thing that now that I remember, that's kind of the reason why I wanted to do them in particular, because in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Scratch was created first, but Robotnik plucks one of his feathers to try to clone him, and then for some reason Grounder comes out instead. So they're twin brothers, so but look vastly different. So I wanted to do a thing where, you know, they have a form where they do look, you know, very, very similar, but then can showcase their own unique attributes. Yeah. I won't put too much stock into the details here because that's a big reason why last time I didn't bother to do these guys, because I'm really not in the mood to draw robots right now. But you know, I need to showcase the characters, so I'll at least rough them out enough so you can actually see who the characters are, like in relation to the collection of characters that are adaptations of existing characters. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that for those guys because I don't want to spend too much time on them. But that's that set done. Let's see. At least 18,000 more recognizable with SC. GP robots. Yeah. True. Yeah, I have some ideas that I want to play around for those in particular because I do a lot with Monopole in the context of Expanse, but nothing super concrete yet. Yeah, thanks. That's that we're done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 characters on that row, not too bad. A very, very tight squeeze. Right, that took a little bit longer than I anticipated for that, just those 6 characters, but wait, what did I do? Did I delete something I was not supposed to? What am I missing here? Wow, what have I done? 1 second. See if I accidentally deleted something. What have I done here? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 are Fleetway focused. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Where'd Cyrus go? Okay, 1 second. Did I... Oh, that's what happened. When I deleted Tatiana's reference layer, they were on the same layer together. And oh yeah, that's right. This actually, so these 2 were on there. God, freaked me out for a second. Right. It was definitely going to take more effort given the details of those characters. It'll great. Yes. Thank you. 3 are huge characters, 2 being robots, 1 being a chimera. True. Yeah, anyways, the last set that I plan to do, I probably will, because I've got an hour before I've got to go. But I want to try to get as many of these as I can. So these are Fleetway characters and underground characters. You know what? Maybe since there's only 1, 2, 3, there's only a smaller number. Although that guy's quite. I'll do the underground characters first. Pretty good headway at least. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how they look. Right, so the first one will be Cyrus. Actually, I might pull up a reference of Cyrus from Sonic Underground because I have changed him significantly from his original design, but I might incorporate elements of that design a bit more because I don't really want to fall into a trap of Sonicifying things too much. Cyrus. Here we are. Actually, he's a bit goofy looking, but I chose to do him because he's a rather significant character in Underground. He's had multiple appearances and a close friend of Manic and Sonia and Sonic. Ironically, this is a concept I'll explore a bit more of a bit later, but yeah. For now, I'll focus on Cyrus. But yeah, just like Tatiana and Nicole and Johnny Lightfoot, this one's another character from a set that I was doing but didn't end up finishing, so he's one of the few characters that I haven't actually shown publicly prior to this, but still the design was substantially completed, so he'll still get the same treatment. Oh, nothing big in the like overall landscape. Like a lot of these characters, like Cyrus and Nicole, I have them as friends here. They given the context of the world and how there isn't this whole threat of war and roboticization and all that, like Eggman is not as unforgivingly evil here. A lot of the characters that were otherwise, living their lives, struggling and, just trying to survive. They live relatively normal lives. So Cyrus here is just a normal guy. He's studies at Westside University along with a lot of other of-age Mobians. And yeah, he's studying computer science along with Nicole. So nothing super important to really mention about him. Just that he exists to help pad out the world a little bit and just show that things, aren't as bad as the original world that people know him from. Oh, yeah, thanks. I don't think your design was like too dissimilar. It's very standard fare for a lion. Yeah, it's very kind of simple. I didn't want to go too crazy with it. Like, I've gone a bit crazy here with the original design, but I've dialed it back a little bit and sort of drawn more reference from the original Cyrus. I don't want to like I said, I don't want to fall into a trap of like same facing everybody. And back when I was doing these particular character renderings in this style, I was doing a lot of same facing because obviously I was working off a base that I had for character drawing. Like it made character rendering and designing really simple, but at the same time, since I was restraining myself to a particular base that I made and was working on, I got a bit lazy. That's good. Alright, Cyrus done. Very, very quick one. Hey, wait a minute. Alright, okay. The next one will be Homestead. Trevor. So he's actually a very similar character to Cyrus in Sonic Underground. In that series, Sonic and Sonic and his siblings have a lot of different allies, and these two kind of are very similar, Cyrus and Trevor, because they're both tech experts. So yeah, he serves a very similar purpose. In this, he's one I've detailed a bit more of. He's on a team with Sarah Nightingale, who is Screech's niece from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and also Genome the Cat, who is the biochemist from Fleetway. So a mixed bag in that group. But yeah, I'll draw him next. Oh yeah, Techno. Yeah, she's like obviously she's like one of the most important, along with Short Fuse, but I've yet to draw anything for those two yet. There's a lot of characters that have higher importance that need to be adapted, but I haven't done so yet. I'll actually the next time I do some designing, I might like do like a Fleetway batch, because I got to do Commander Brutus, I got to do Techno, Short Fuse, and I was talking to you earlier about the Nameless Zone Soul, and I want to redesign Errol and Moraine, the foxes that appear there in that dimension. So a lot of things I got to do. Yes, tech experts all around. Fleetway's probably my favorite to draw content from. You know, obviously I've got Fleetway and Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog are the ones I do the most with, I reckon. Because there's just... I love all of the just the one-off characters. Like most of these are one-off characters. And... well, with Fleetway though, the ones I like from that series are more... you know, they have more heavy focus. But there are some that I really like, so Genome and Dr. Sorders. Ironically, with these ones as well, they're also intellectuals, so they're like doctors, scientists. I love the smart people. True. Actually, now that you mention it, like these Dr. Sorders and the Biochemists, they come from two separate short stories, but both of them were Tales focused, so Tales meets these two particular characters. No. Give me Dale's the intern, give me Death. Dave, yes, also have to do Dave. Yeah. No, not really. I just called them that because, you know, actually, yeah, that's it, because there are like a bunch of characters that are extras, like one-off characters. That was my rationale at the time. Like literally 2 out of 3 of them don't even have canon names. I had to make them up. And the third one is just Trevor. So I've given him a bit more of like that. Obviously, I still treat that as his civilian name, but his Merbian name is Homestead. I do a significant amount with Sonic Extreme though. It's when I get around to it, like applying it a bit more, it's going to be one of the more important classic era stories. It says there's some time travel involved. I probably have these two know each other in some way. Probably taken some courses together because they're Homestead and his teammates are also part of Westside University. Oh? What have you got in mind? Or do you want to talk about it later? The name of the zone actually helped me in context and need to make a note of the basic ideas so that would make my character take tales of space. Oh, that's fun. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Nice. Right, so the next couple that I'll do will be this version, oh, this universe's versions of Manic and Sonia. Which are very confusing because, you know, I don't do the whole Sonic triplet thing because I have my own family stuff in mind for Sonic, so they don't exist in the same manner, but I introduce the fact that Sonic could have and was probably supposed to be born as a set of triplets, but because of some stuff that goes on with his overall destiny, they become a part of him. So these things are kind of like his guardian angels of sorts in the imaginary world, and they sort of pop in from time to time to just check out his how his mind is doing. Actually, I think I had in mind in particular that they live in Riot Train. They live on the Riot Train. That's Sonic's dreamscape. And yeah, and they just do their thing there. I've got like so many DMs. 1 second. Oh. Okay. I'll respond to that later. But yeah. With regards Sonic's overall setup, there's several things that happen to instigate how this particular Sonic comes to be. So there's a lot that contributes to his overall destiny. So first is his ancestry. So you've got Alina from 2,000 years ago, who is Sonic's ancestor that he plays the role of in Sonic and the Secret Rings. So Secret Rings and Black Knight, I introduce them as historical points in time, but isolated in a dreamscape where 1 second. Oops. Oh good, I thought someone was calling me. Isolated in like a dreamscape where Sonic is through Nazo is putting him through these trials to test his character. So he plays the role of these particular figures in history, so his ancestors from the past, to see how he sort of fares mentally compared to them, because they were great heroes at the time. So that's one facet. So his ancestry, he's got several layers. So he's got, on his father's side, he's got the Parlauser family, who are descendants of Sir Lancelot, and then the Alina family, who are descendants of King Arthur. Oh yeah, King Arthur is also a direct descendant of Alina. So Alina is the figurehead of the family line, and then their bloodline becomes the Alenian royal family. So that's one facet. The second is something that I play around with a bit more in depth with some of Shadow's early story stuff. So I detail a particular point where firstly showing that the DNA source that makes up Shadow is derived from Ogilvy Parlauser, who is Sonic's paternal grandfather. So there's some connection there, but then there's a point where I detail the period of time between when when Maria sets Shadow free onto the Earth, and up until when he's captured by Gun again and imprisoned for 50 years. But during that time, he does quite a few things while on Earth, and one of those things is meeting Ogilvy's family. So he meets a young Uncle Chuck, or Charles Parlauser here, and at the time, their mother, so Ogilvy's wife, wait a second, I can't remember what I named her. 1 second. Okay, oh yeah, I may as well just show this. So this is a family tree. So it's two different lines. So the Alenian throw line. So you got actually this is ironically got to do with what I was talking to you about before, Sol. So Alina marries Amun-Rapi, who is the Egyptian ancestor character from Sonic Underground. Their son is Masonic from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, another ancestor. He marries Penelope, as he does in the show. They have a daughter named Sonia, or Queen Sonia, who is a figurehead introduced in Sonic Underground. And her distant descendant is eventually the true King Arthur. So, a bit of stuff going on here with that ancestry. So there's one side of the family who sort of keeps their bloodline a bit more focused, and then Artis, one of the daughters of that generation, marries Ogilvy, and Ogilvy has his own distinct family line. He's a distant descendant of Pa Lazar, who is a character that I detail in some later stuff, and his descendant is the historical Lancelot, and then Bravehog, who is another character from Sonic ancestor from Fleetway. He is a descendant of him and Ogilvy's closest ancestor. But yeah, there's some other stuff that goes on where Shadow meets Sonic's grandmother and I don't know he meets Uncle Chuck, the baby, but young Uncle Chuck, and Artis, that's her name. That's why I pulled that up. She's currently pregnant with Jules, so that's Sonic's father. But yeah, during that time she gets incredibly sick, and Shadow uses some of his blood to cure her, because he knows that he's created as this weapon that could, well, not weapon, but product that has a potential to heal. So through that transfusion, that the music, that connection, that ultimate life form gene that is passed on, that through Jules and then through Sonic, also contributes to his greater destiny. But there's also this thing where Sonic was going to be born as triplets, but because of that Black Arms biology, they get absorbed into himself. So that's their whole thing in this instance. Little angels. That was very, very, very long-winded. So yeah, I probably intend for them to appear like in this particular scenario here. This is just prior to his last storybook trial. So in one of my later stories, he faces his last trial, and that's where he plays the role of not someone from the Elenian side, but Har-Lazar, who is one of the original ancients, or near ancients rather. So they're a group of Mandara peoples who, spearheaded the rise of Mobians. And in that instance, he's actually a villain character, but he's someone who is strong in character. So it's a significant test. And yeah, they pop in to check him out, see how he's doing. Probably taunting him, saying, we could have handled this better. Very, very cute stuff. No worries, I love these tangents. Thank you, I appreciate that, because they're my favorite thing to do. They pad up a lot of time though, so which I don't mind, because it does make the time go quick, and it does, like, even though 3 hours is a long time, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. She's the same sort of size, because she's the same sort of... Yes, time is very, very short. Oh, yeah. Above all, I also really enjoy it because, like I've said before, after I'm done, I usually like to spend some time just reviewing my streams. I like to listen to my own tangents just to sort of reinforce my own ideas in my own head. Like, I feel like if I can present the same information like over and over again, then it's more ironed out in my head. So it makes me feel a bit more confident in like what I'm actually trying to express. Yeah. That's something I always try to emphasize on, is the fact that I could, rather than like just being outright different universes, I like to treat every Sonic canon as like literally an alternate timeline. So they, given certain circumstances, the universe would appear that way. So they'd all be derivative of the main timeline. So that's why I don't like to change things too crazily. I like to still keep them within the range of reasonability when I do my adaptations. So I don't, like I've mentioned before extensively, how I do not like to displace characters and concepts unless they can be conflated in a certain way. Yeah, that's just how my mind works with these things. So that, like, that being said, it's like, whatever, if there's a concept that exists from another continuity, then it likely does exist in some manner in Expanse, unless there are certain circumstances that specifically ensure that they don't exist. Which is, like, for example, these two. I had a very specific reasoning for why these two don't exist, but they can still exist in some manner. Right. I've got less than 10 minutes left, but I might run a bit overtime just so I can get this last character done. Just the last character of the underground set. So this is like technically just half of what I needed here, but I think the next time I stream, I'll do an extra long one. So I'll do the remaining half of this set, but also the relative set. So characters that are parents / aunts, uncles, and then some other extended family. Oh yeah, this guy, he's another member of the Elenian royal family from the present day. So he's kind of a dickhead, but he's like one of Sonic's cousins. He's another character that I haven't really shown off before, but he's someone I like. I like the design. I like his character. Still wondering why Sega Sonic Bros were attempting to give Sonic 3 brothers whose names best friend. Yeah, I have specific ideas for the Sega Sonic Brothers. I won't talk about them now, but I've got this whole thing in mind. Yeah. You might be tripping. Maybe actually subconsciously it's drawn from a little bit from him, because I did this around the same time that I did my Cold Steel design. But yeah, he's not based on Cold Steel. It's just a cool looking character. Right, last one. I've got 6 minutes. So this here is the Dingo unit, and this is a character that I could have put with the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog set, because he is technically two characters in one. Well, I treat them as if they were the same character, because they do have similar abilities, because Dingo has got this whole artificial thing he has going on with him in Sonic Underground. He can shapeshift to whatever form he'd like, but the other aspect is treating him as the same entity as the Doofus unit from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is also a shape-shifting machine. So they are one and the same here. Streamers. Yeah, I made it for 6 minutes. Yeah, like I said, I'll probably run a little bit over time because I want to at least get this set done. So I'll still probably be here for a little while. But yeah. So this guy is based, like I said, he's based on Dingo, but I've talked about him a little bit the other day when I was doing some of my other character stuff because he is in connection to them. So what I spoke about last time was the fact that in some of my Expanse stories, later Expanse stories, there's a point where Shadow gets conscripted into the AMS division, which are a more experimental Black Ops underground division of the GON, which is spearheaded by General Doberman. And Dingo and the other one here, Ursa, who is based on Metamorphia from Fleetway. They are created and put to serve on a team with Shadow as Neo Team Dark. Yeah. I was actually thinking about that as I was thinking of poses for them, because I was thinking, what poses has he been done before in the past besides idols, and that's the thing that came to mind. Dingo is still relatively the same from the original. So this sketch here is a second iteration I did of him. Like, this one's still relatively recent. But his design is more or less still maintained from the original original drawing. But Ursa has changed a lot since then, because her design origins have shifted. But I'll talk more about her when I get around to drawing her. Which actually, since I'm doing Dingo last in this set, when I get around to doing my next stream and starting with the Fleetway set, I'll do Ursa first, just so they're together. Is Shadow going to dab with him like he does in Heroes? Yeah, maybe. But yeah, when he's conscripted here, it's kind of very unwilling, but he does it for a particular reason, which I'll probably not talk about at the moment. But yeah, they are put on the front lines to deal with the fallout of the Chaos Shift, which is a major event that takes place in my present day stuff. despite being a big design, is quite simple, so it just didn't take very long to do at all. I like it. Just bear with me. I'm trying to double check something. Right, that's... Yeah, so that's the Dingo unit. One member of the Neo Team Dark. I'm kind of on a roll at the moment though, so I might... You know, I'm going to keep going. I'll go for a little bit longer. So I'm going to do... Sorry for those who were about to leave, but I don't know. I'm on a roll. So I'll keep going. I'll do Ursa, and then the other designs aren't too complicated, so I can squeeze them in the next hour. Yeah, 24 hours, yes. Strap in. But yeah, next one is Ursa. So as I mentioned before, Ursa is more directly adapted from Metamorphia from from the Fleetway series. Ursa, meaning bear. So she, in the is a really tiny resolution drawing image, but in the series, after she sort of resolved her whole storyline, she chooses a bear form because she's a shapeshifter as well. So like Dingo and Doofus, she's a shapeshifter, and this thing here is... I'm going to pull up the original image because this is very, very low res. 1 second. Here we go. Yeah. So this is a pair. So this is Dingo and Ursa, artificially created as members of the AMS division of Gun and 2/3 of Neo Team Dark with Shadow, who's been conscripted. So this guy is based on Dingo and Doofus, and then Ursa is directly derived from Metamorphia. So, as I was saying, Metamorphia naturally looks more like this thing. This armored crazy looking thing. So I've still got a face that's still akin to that. But when in Fleetway, when Metamorphia sort of resolves her whole storyline, she chooses to take on this form, you know, to live out the rest of her life. So I've modeled Ursa based on that particular design. Oh yeah, she's cool. Actually, I actually really like this design. So in the original incarnation, this is, like I said, this is a second iteration of the character designs. Dingo was relatively left unchanged, but I changed the whole design origin for Ursa because originally she was a fox, and she was based on Fiona Fox from Archie. But I felt like the story was a bit messy to try to utilize her, so I decided to make them a pair of shapeshifters instead. Which, you know, worked out a lot better because they can both serve a similar purpose and function as a unit. No, they don't. Because since she was an Archie character, since the Archie series ended, they, you know, obviously stopped using those characters. So she's, you know, tossed to the wayside, much like most of the beloved Archie cast. Which is unfortunate. Probably more close to androids. I mean, androids are still fully artificial like robots, but they are bio androids. They have a synthetic organic composition. So, but they are androids in nature. Yeah, kinda. The whole thing about them is that the emphasis on the shape-shifting aspect of it. They are biological androids. They can take whatever form they'd like. And I think the same thing could be said about them in their origins. Well, Dingo is sort of ambiguous because it's never said that he's a robot, but his shape-shifting is controlled with a remote control. But the Doofus unit is a straight-up robot android thing, so I treat them as the same thing. But Metamorphia, she's a robot, or a robot android in particular. She's created by Grimer, and yeah, she's also one of my favorite characters. I think I mentioned to you before, along with Commander Brutus. Yeah, Fleetway comics are great. I love the series. They're honestly worth a read. I've also I also followed the Fleetway Online, Sonic the Comic Online for a while. Some of the ideas in that were kind of funky, but it was a fun read, just being able to see the continuation of the stories that just sort of ended suddenly. Like, when people think of Fleetway, most of what they think of is Fleetway Supersonic, but there's a lot more cool things in there, a lot more really fun characters that are specific to that particular universe. Like, people adore Techno, some people like Short Fuse. Other major members that of memorable note are Porker Lewis and Johnny Lightfoot. Johnny Lightfoot, he's can be considered beloved because he dies. So it's like, it's like that's like a big thing for the cast, like a character that's like dies. But speaking of Johnny Lightfoot, though, because he's currently on my list of things to do for the next... well, actually, like I said, since I'm going to be doing some extra, I'll probably draw him next. Yeah, I recall. It's nice hearing about these characters because context definitely helps me appreciate the concept. Yeah! Well, actually, I don't really do anything with, like, the actual Fleetway version of Supersonic, but I've introduced this funny little wisp that will grant something similar. I'll have to pull up the full drawing of that one, but relatively a similar height. yeah, that's third member of Neo Team Dark. Now, still something I have to get around to put it together, but I have in mind that when Shadow is a part of this unit, he has a different, like, he has some new apparel to wear as like a uniform of sorts. So I'll probably use these drawings and then draw Shadow along with them just to show his new fit. Do you do anything with Dingo's partner Slate? I have had thoughts for Slate. Haven't done anything with him yet. But nothing concrete as yet. I had in mind to incorporate the wolf pack. So the wolf pack are a tribe of wolves that appear in Sat AM, and I was going to place him there as a member of it. But at the moment, I don't have a great big idea for the wolf pack. But since Loop is a beloved and prominently important character, I definitely wanted to incorporate something with her. But yeah, still nothing as of yet. This here is Johnny Lightfoot. So I've mentioned this is another one of the characters that I've drawn before but haven't really posted anything about, so people will probably be unfamiliar with this particular design, but I have in mind that he is the nephew of Felix Lightfoot, aka Feel the Rabbit, who is in this universe, he is Cream's father. So that means that Johnny Lightfoot is Cream's cousin on her father's side, and then I spoke about this earlier, or the other day, where Caramel the Rabbit, aka this universe's version of Bunny Rabbit, she's the cousin of Cream on her mother's side because Caramel is Vanilla's niece. So a big extended rabbit family. Actually. Actually had in mind to introduce Johnny as a friend of this universe's version of Sally. So So in Expanse, I have a story that takes place 20 years before the present day, and that story in particular focuses on Vanilla as a protagonist, along with Felix Lightfoot and Vanguard the Cuckoo, who is back then, well, in the present day, he's Grand Battle Cuckoo the 15th. So he's the main villain of Tails' Adventure and the father of Speedy. So during that time, those three were friends, and yeah, Felix in particular was considered a hero because he's a lot like Sonic at the time, but he had some other stuff going on in the background. So as Felix's relative, so he sort of picks up the same sort of mantle and is treated as like a, you know, the relative of a famed hero, and sort of rides that reputation. No. No. No, I haven't got plans to add Mac to that family. He's I don't think I have had ideas for Mac, but a lot of them are kind of outdated. I highlighted these two because they are in particular very important characters in the context of the universes they come from. So, but Mac, I've got to sit down and do more thoughts about him, especially with more recent developments. He'd be fun to do stuff with. half an hour and I've got 3 things to draw, which probably won't take long to do, so this first one, so I've done the first two members of Team Extra, which are Sarah Nightingale and Homestead the Mouse. So the last member is Genome the Cat. Now, her base form, it's pretty much just adapted directly from the biochemist from Fleetway. Very minor character that appears like once. But her thing in the story is she has developed this formula that can grow things instantaneously. This is her original design, so my version's adapted pretty closely to it, but I apply the whole growing formula thing to some other ideas that I wanted to play with for her. So I've adapted the power-up orb from the Altered Beast series, and she's able to use that growing formula to, you know, increase her own body mass. So she has this more souped-up powered form that I've introduced. Very cool character. The funny thing is she develops a particular interest in Big the Cat. And I have in mind that when she's in this form, she towers over him a little bit. So she's quite big in this form. So I think for the purpose of what I'm doing here, I might draw the big form, just because this design is pretty well defined, or as is. More recent developments. Yeah. So like how in Project's timeline I want to have them in place of the Chaotix, so that means I have to develop their characters a bit to be able to fulfill that role in this altered timeline. So they need to be doing something substantial in the main timeline as well. Anyways, I'll draw my big cat lady. Yeah. Let's see what I can do for updating. She's going to be quite huge. The main thing was that she's got to be bigger than Big, and Big is 2 meters tall, so he's double the height of standard frame Sonic character. Who's more standard framed? Oh yeah, this guy. If I make the Yeah, sorry. But yeah, like I briefly touched on the idea, but like I incorporate the power up mechanic from Altered Beast. So in Altered Beast, when you pick up these little orbs with the red swirl around it, your character sort of bulks up a little bit, and then once you've collected enough of them, like you're super ripped, and then you turn into like a an animal, depending on the stage that you're on. But I utilize the same sort of thing. Like I do a thing in Expanse where I utilize other games as like historical points just to help establish the human side of society a bit more, since I do a lot with the humans. But Altered Beast is like even in universe in that game, it's treated as just a movie or like a fictional story, but it's something that she gets inspired by, and yeah, she creates something in this effect to power up herself. Yeah, I'll keep her around the sides. Fortunately, I probably just have to scale her up. Yeah, that's cool. "15 minutes. Next one I'll do is, and I'll try to squeeze in Dr. Sorders and Gold Fleet Wisp, but oh, shit. So Dr. Sorders, briefly, she's a character and another brief character that appears in Fleetway. And she is a hypnotherapist of sorts, if memory serves correctly. But in Expanse, I do a bit more with her, and let me just pull up a picture of her, Dr. Sorders. So her name's a pun on Doctor's orders, but I thought it was pretty cute. But I like this character in particular because she is a stork. And she's features in a story that features tails, so you can see how I've adapted her character. Now, this particular design I've done, this is more of a 20 years ago design, so not present day. She wouldn't look too much different because she's already adult at this stage, so I'll just make her just a little bit older and maybe apply her jacket, but or her lab coat rather. But in Expanse, Dr. Sorders, she is the let me pull that up. She's the wife of Dr. Fukurikov, who I do a lot with in Expanse. Dr. Fukurikov being the owl that that appears in Tails Adventure. So that's Dr. Fukurikov in the middle, so not as old as he is in present day, and Dr. Sorders, who's his wife, and they have a son together, Hurricane, who is obviously very Todoroki inspired, but he's a character that I've got ideas for but haven't detailed too greatly, but he's pretty cool. So yeah, that's what I'll do at the moment. Oh, it's this late into the drawing already, but I have a lot of lore with regards to Dr. Sorders. I have in mind that she is the illegitimate firstborn of Grand Battle Cuckoo the 14th. So I have a story during the 60 years ago plot. Oh no, actually no, after the arc plot, where detailing the period of time just between when Shadow is released by Maria and up until when he's caught and sealed away for 50 years. One of the things that Shadow helps with is helping Figurikov. Like, Figurikov starts off as like the antagonist rival to Shadow. It's like he is, historically in my stuff, he is Shadow's very first rival. And one of the things he's helping with is protecting Dr. Sorders, because Dr. Sorders is the illegitimate firstborn of the current head of the Grand Battle Cuckoo army, but he wants to rid the world of her, and has Figurikov handling that, but he doesn't want to. And yeah, so Shadow helps him with that. But also, because of this connection, when I do stuff with Hurricane establishes himself as the true heir of the Cuckoo army, and that shakes things up a little bit. Okay, you know what? I think I'll consider that done. I was gonna do the wisp. Actually, I could just quickly put it together, but I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't, because it's technically not. Well, I do treat it as a character, actually. You know what? I'm gonna squeeze it in this little gap here. Very, very, very rough. The last thing on this set that I'll do just really, really quick, because it's like a tiny little thing, is the Gold Fleet, which is a wisp that grants similar form to... Actually, I'll pull up the original drawing. Oh, here he is. So, the very special wisp that when applied allows them to zip around and shoot lasers out of their eyes. I had in mind that like it's not a widely present wisp, but it's one that I've had considerations for Johnny Wave Rider to exclusively use. So to apply this Fleetway supersonic-esque power to the dark Sonic counterpart, who is like a reference to Scourge. So maybe I'll still draw it anyways, even though I'm not too sure about it yet. But not to be a bunch of personality, something that doesn't have eyes. Unlike Yacker, but yeah, I'll give him like similar sort of importance to Yacker. You know, very simple drawing, but I think I'll consider that it. So, that's everything done from that set that I had planned to do. So, just as an overview of the ones I've done today, top row is a remainder of the Archie Sat-AM set, and well, the Archie set and the last of the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog set, and also there was a couple up here that from the remaining Archie and Archie / Sat-AM set as well. So there is two, this whole top row, the Naugus components and Naugus himself, and then Scratch and Grounder, and then the Fleetway / Underground set. So these guys, which are underground characters, and then Fleetway characters. Very, very productive today, so I'm very happy with the turnout. But yeah, I think that'll be it. Thank you all for popping in and watching. Hope it was enjoyable for you. And yes, that is my Fleetway technically. This thing here. But yeah, that'll be it, I reckon. Thanks again, and yeah, until next time. Yeah. Thank you all. 24 hours next time, maybe, you know. I haven't gone more than 4 hours before. I've done a few 4-hour streams more lately, but yeah. Who knows, maybe I'll do a bit longer next time when I have a bit more free time. Alright, that's it.